Wow, hello. Welcome back. Um to Miles Edgeworth Investigations. Um Yesterday we left off where did we leave off again? And what did we find out? Oh right. So like about the three confectioners that were at the contest, right? So um So, yesterday in the last part, we learned that Miss Scone was working together with Judy Bound, because Miss Scone, the pharmacy that Miss Scone works for, is actually owned by Tangaro's parents, who work in the same industry, and the cookbook that he was gonna give as a prize is actually a collection of unreleased medicine for cures that don't currently have cures. And so Judy Bound was helping Miss Scone through the competition, which was also why she was able to get so far. In order for her to win that cookbook for his parents' company, right? So Judy Bound's goal was basically just to do it for Mr. Tangaroa. And also we learned that Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost were working together and perhaps maybe also kissed in the past, who knows? But their kids are your friends in elementary school. And Mr. Gusto had snuck into Mr. Frost's room in order to retrieve that picture of them together with their kids, because he didn't want any evidence of him and Mr. Frost's relationship after Frost was found dead, right? Found dead, but also not really, because Judy Bound took the picture of him lying in the blood in the chest, right? But there was no actual body found, it seems. When the police got to the scene of the crime, the body was no longer there and a chunk of chocolate was missing. And so in the fountain waters, we found traces of Mr. Frost's blood as well as Mr. Tangaro's chocolate, right? So presumably the chocolate and the blood got washed away there, but what about the body? Where did the body go? Well, we finally found the body. We found the body 18 years later in the present. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thunk that? So, the current theories are, there are two theories. So there's one kind of wacko theory, one not so wacko theory. The wacko theory is that 18 years ago, Frost was murdered, and then somehow the murderer preserved his body in ice and cryogenically froze him like Walt Disney. And then 18 years later, they unfroze him, right, and threw him into the water, and he lazy rivered into the fountain. And then we found him again. So the idea would be like his body was hidden in the ice sculpture or something crazy. I don't know. A little morbid, a little gross, a little weird. The more likely theory is that perhaps Mr. Frost did not die 18 years ago, since his body was never found, and instead was merely injured and knocked out for a bit, but woke up and either he himself cleaned up the scene in order to make it seem like he died, or he had help, like an accomplice or something, who would likely be maybe Judy Bound, since she was the one who took the photo and found the body. That is so wacko in terms of Phoenix Wright. True, so true. Yeah. So now that I think about it, perhaps, like, we don't know that much about Frost, but maybe, like, maybe he wasn't attacked at all. But it was his blood. Sure. But, like, it could have been staged. Like, what if he staged the murder himself? He got some blood on a lamp, you know. He like basically he he went like to the blood donation pool. He got a needle, you know. He got some of his own blood and laid it out on the scene and it made it look like he died. Judy took a photo, he cleaned it up and then like declared his own death. Like maybe he wanted to run away or something. I don't know. He wanted to stop caring for his child. No. No. All right. So of course this is my first time, you know, playing the new chapter. I have totally not played a chunk of it already, and in which scenario where it's saved. It's saved. It's saved. I didn't lose everything. I thought because I didn't save that it would have. That's why I did the whole thing again. I was like, oh well, I guess I'm playing again from the beginning. But I didn't realize. Oh my god, so this is autosave. Wow, all that time that I've made fun of it, I will never make fun of autosave again. Oh my god. Okay, well, a little more recap then. Yes, we get to keep the previous spot then. A little more recap. What else did we learn? What did we learn in the first, like, 30 minutes? We learned that the body in the fountain was actually Frost. We learned that Frost and Gusto's sons went missing right after Frost's murder. They disappeared. And then Mr. Frost's son resurfaced for a little bit in order to get his inheritance from Frost. And then, but like, apparently Mr. Gusto's son is just missing? Or some shit? Oh, maybe that's why Gusto came to this exhibit. He thought that maybe his son could be here? Wasn't his son originally in, like, I forgot if it was his son or Mr. Frost's son that was around for, like, the actual confectionery competition. Like, they were hanging around, right? So, like, oh my god. Okay. Like, maybe that's why Gusto came back, because he thought that maybe his son would also come back? Right? And maybe that's why he went to the winter exhibit and tried to open the thing. I don't know why he would open the thing, actually. Maybe Frost and him had some, like, secret lover's handshake or something. I don't know. Or, like, their sons knew something, or I don't know. And it was something to do with the statues. Who knows? But, like, you know, maybe he was looking for his son. That would make a lot of sense, actually. But apparently the sons are missing, okay? And as of right now, the conversation is that Larry broke one of Judy Bound's night like moon and star teapots that were made by Paul Halik. We saw them before too. And also Mr. Edgeworth makes a comment about how she actually doesn't seem that upset over her teapot being broken, right? And choice. And it seems like or basically I was reminded of that conversation where Tangaroa had mentioned that a lot of what Judy does is like for him, or like to make him happy, right? So because Tangaroa likes Paul Halik, she likes Paul Halik. But like the question then becomes, does she really like Paul Halik or not that much? You know, like she's a big super fan presumably, but is she really? I don't know. Yeah. So Larry, by the way, also, you didn't see this if you're just tuning into this half-cut VOD, but like, Larry was on all fours. That's a very important detail to mention, and he was apologizing for breaking the teapot. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I didn't have any money, but I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits.
Please, Mr. Dunham, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of.
The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset.
Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world.
Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Okay, so yeah. I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Larry.
Oh, I see.
Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. Oh, okay, that's probably why the tea tasted odd to us, right? Because Edgeworth made a point where it's like, the tea doesn't taste as good as it did before. Maybe it was stale? Maybe it was poison, Edgeworth thought that. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. But you have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry.
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
See, Angie, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She's one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Didn't he say because she didn't chill the cups or something? Oh, I think that was Fender who said that initially. Like he was making a comparison with how she did it in the past. Because Edgeworth did have a sip with Fender earlier, but I don't think that was like because the taste was bad. But it was like to cool the tea down. Yeah. There are 3 instances of tea when Gregory, Edgeworth, and Fender drank tea together, and the plates were cool and the tea tasted good. When Edgeworth and Fender drank tea together, the plates were not cool, the tea tasted good. And then when Edgeworth and Kay drank the tea together, the tea tasted alright. Okay, sorry. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? No, but I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches and some ravishing beauties. Wanna see?
Interested in Lauritia's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you're greatly misjudged, Kate. I simply wish to see if Larry had captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. How much so is in the tea? We don't know. Tangaro is not here.
Really? Now I want to see them too.
Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? He takes it out, and it's a drawing of Judy bound and Judge Gabble making out. I suppose we might as well take a look. Your sketches? So these sketches of yours. Seriously, Angie, if you wanted to check out my art, you should have said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Aw, they're kind of cute though. Okay, so, Judy is pushing around chocolates for some reason. Oh wait, and, what? Miss Scone is digging a cloth out of the fountain. He's gotten pretty good. He's always been pretty good. Like, his drawings at the end of Trials and Tribulations were also pretty good. Like Larry's not a bad artist. We keep shitting on him, but he's not. What am I looking at here? I told you already. Ravishing beauties. I like how he added sparkles, though. Just the view of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. Reese's drawing. Why? Okay. There's Verity and Judy and someone else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times. Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page though.
Oh, you did? Hehe, I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see, like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. So, the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Huh. Interesting. Why would she... It's weird that, like, it's weird to carry around chocolates, like, just on a cart like that, right? Hold on, let me find... Let me put my screenshot. The one of someone on fire and swinging this or the side of the building? Oh, for in his drawings in Trials and Tribulations, you mean? I was thinking because I'm pretty sure at the very end of Trials and Tribulations he drew like the whole cast as like a we did it, hooray kind of thing. No, I mean like if you were serving them, and they were wrapped up like that, you know? Like in my head, I'm like, I feel like they should be in like a bowl or something instead of just on the table. It's a little weird. Okay, there you go. Larry's sketch. Look at him go. Alright. $40 chocolate. Yes, I haven't actually. Oh wait, actually, this is kind of a derailment, but since we're already here, I did buy sweets. I bought cupcakes to consume, to eat, to have, to love. But I got them and then I got on my bike to bring them home, right? Because I was already on my bike anyway. And then, but like the roads are kind of bumpy. They're like they're not very paved. Like, it's very bumpy. So when I opened the box, I got this. So like, these are cupcakes, right? But like, before they became like this, they were, you know, properly swirled frosting and stuff. 2 of them fell over, and then the other 2 flattened. It's a loss! No! 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 How dare you? Yeah. Mostly okay. I ate 2 of them today. And they tasted good. They hit the craving for me. The sweets craving. So okay, anyway.
Oh my, is that me?
Yes. It was painted by the so-called artist over there.
It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it?
I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Oh, never mind. We're not gonna talk about them. Oh wait, I guess I gotta make connections. Hang on. I gotta play my New York Times connections. Teapots. He smells different. I suspect the difference in aroma we notice is due to the teapots having been switched.
You do?
I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hasn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Okay. Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Minty, you say? Minty, you say?
Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must have been where the minty aroma is coming from.
After aroma has a refreshing aroma because it's a different teapot from this morning. Dun dun dun. So ubiquium is used in a lot of things, but it's notable for red color and also mint smell. So. Okay. Could that really be it? This one. Minty fragrance. Red liquid with a minty fragrance. Alright. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
Why?
One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
We were supposed to be looking for my people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
I may have an idea.
Ah, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance the useless— Wait, what? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow, a nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural growing winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Also, listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time, Delicia for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all.
Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides... Oh, sorry.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
She's so shady. You can't say no, don't be a murderer. Look at her right now. Look at what she's saying. Look at how she's acting. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. It's okay, I can think how. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me. Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now, which means I can tell you what we found out. He really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. And all that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. Most of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Oh. Perhaps it's what Gusto was looking for? Describe the stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were? Sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini's case's sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working in the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. He was Walt Disney. It's just good flavoring. I swear, if he was actually Walt Disney, oh my god. Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light emanating devices here in the Winter Wing, too. There were a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. Leticia's back on the table. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Like, well, to be fair, Walt Disney is possible. He doesn't look like he aged. He was, like, I don't know how old he was all those years ago. It probably still says... No, it just says his age is deceased. Okay, well, he probably was around Gusto's age, right? And he's 54 now. He has white hair and everything. But the body we found still had brown hair, right? Scones as an age. We cannot use scones as a... No! We can't just say, oh, the victim doesn't look old because Scone didn't age.
Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say.
He did. And all of it very useful. Which is a first for him. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Hello, Mr. Fender. Scones and Samson had white hair when he was interrogated for like a week. Okay, but that was due to stress. Scones hasn't aged because she's special, and Tangaroa grew white hair because of stress. Man. Okay. Judy Bound. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound?
Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester.
I do not.
Chill, I'm just taking her chair. I know you got a defense attorney boyfriend. Anyway, what can I say about Jews? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else can you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yep. Jews wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though.
Yes. Why did she retire?
She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it.
She got the ultimate cookbook.
Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about.
Time doesn't exist. That's the answer. Actually, the body didn't age because it was in a time machine.
So she just wanted it all back. All of it.
Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. You make a good point, Edgeworth. Wait, what's this? Oh, the... Never mind. Fender knows nothing. He had a fantastic skincare. Yes, well, he was, a skincare and hair care routine, I guess. Okay, let's see if there's stuff I can connect. Nope. Wait, what do I do? Have you guys finished? Oh, well, we can talk to Scones, I see. Wait, it's still soon. Okay. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Miles. Miles is smiley, and dear, sweet little tooth decay.
Tooth decay, that's a good one. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me, Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of tooth decay either.
What? I thought it was cute.
Well, you'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried.
What are wrinkles? Nook and cranny. Okay. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave him to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely nude salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? Now you're going around asking for hugs and kissing strangers. A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender. Can't quite picture that, I have to say.
So, these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit.
There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it.
Oh, in her bag. She has access to secret immortality chip. Oh, that's why Frost didn't age. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever.
But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway.
Oh. Oh. What? The prize from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know.
Well, well, well. So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Code Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Code Killer X. Fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. And it was involved in a case. Years ago.
After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of those elites, I suppose. Okay, let's talk about the fabric. Oh wait. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, look at that! A picture of silly old me.
That's right. You seem to have caught the artist's eye.
You mean lovely Lori Lampkin? I'll have to have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you. To get him to stop talking to us.
And there's the evil smirk.
Oh, okay. I guess I can just present this. Invented the immortality juice 300 years. Oh my god. Ubiquium, so presumably something that's widely available. Oh yeah, so ubiquium is the red substance. Yeah, that's like found. They say it's in paint and like all sorts of things. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not? Did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you used it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, he says. That cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that.
I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Famous alchemist, insert famous alchemist team here. Famous alchemist. Edward Elric. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given to Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my claws turned out to be used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was gonna look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest though. Stress is no good for the complexion. After all, that's how I stayed young all these years.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago is the one that the victim was wrapped up in. And just, the one that victim was wrapped up in just happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. Okay. Interesting. Is there more to ask you? What else? Okay. The ultimate cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poisonous gas. The poison gas, or whatever. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way. You mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Wait, can we actually do anything? I don't know what to do with it. What kinds of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook?
Well, there's so many. It would take a while to go through them all. But if you really want to know, well, then let's start with the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty, thrifty 2 hours long. Now, one by one, we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Want to listen to the rest?
No, that won't be necessary. Maybe Edgeworth would not have liked Bits and Bops or whatever it was called, the cook show. Pharma cookbook. I'm confused. What am I missing? Is there something still I have to present to Alicia?
Who knew you can make a lamp out of rock salt? Of course you can, dear. You wouldn't want to get it wet, but it's fireproof and ever so sturdy. Sturdy enough to make for a surprisingly good murder weapon, in fact. Yeah.
We know that the bulb in this lamp probably broke because it was used in the murder. Then what happened to the other one?
Oh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Miles and Smiles? What I could do is cover it in whipped cream for you, then sprinkle a few...
There will be no need for that. Thank you, Miss Scott. True culprit of the OG case was... No, we don't, yeah. Or either he did actually die or he didn't die. But the one who was convicted in the end was, Tangura. Yeah, so we don't know. Unsolved. I'm just gonna present everything till I get something. The essence of Ace Attorney. Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone?
Of course I have. I'm a pharmacist, you know? Even if I do wear a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie. So do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay?
Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth. Buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe... No, how many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name's decided, I can't change it. Dang, so much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I?
Not a very good one. Yes, the capital T truth.
It's true, dearie. I do know how to make poison gas. But the fact that someone knows how to hold a gun doesn't mean they've shot anybody now, does it?
I'm not accusing you, Miss Stone.
She's right, you know? Just because I'm a great thief, that doesn't mean I can't do good. Exactly, dear. And just because I'm a confectioner, that doesn't mean I can cook.
Surely that only applies to fake confectioners. What about my prosecutor's badge?
Hold on, that badge of yours, it's not the same as Gregory Peglegs.
That's right. My father was a defense attorney. I took a different path.
Oh, I see. It's like that, is it? Well, I suppose it's to be expected at your age, dearie. But once you've grown up a bit, I'm sure you'll start to appreciate your old man a little more.
Huh?
Everyone goes through a little rebellious phase. Lord knows I had mine.
My career path is not the result of some adolescent phase, Miss Code. It's not a phase. Okay. It's okay. I know how to check without spoiling myself. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what to do. Okay, I definitely missed some other evidence. Maybe I have to examine the actual teapot?
That is one swanky teapot.
That's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself.
Whatever it is, it won't do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things.
Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. Your ignorance is my bliss. Okay. It was in 1902. They kept trying to push these busted horseless carriages. Of course, we couldn't do without the pony now.
These letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, they show that the teapot was made by Paul Halik. They're his initials, obviously.
Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost.
It was, thereby making this a piece by the victim of making this a piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. And his works seem to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall. That's not really it. Is there anything else that I missed? We have to deduce. Oh, I have to deduce something. Okay. Perhaps a teapot, maybe? Actually, I don't know what this deduction would even be. Oh, wait. About the cart, because the cart is different. That's what I'm missing. Okay. Because she was carrying... Okay. I got it. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinated by the work of the great Larry Stoneham, huh? Is the composition right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth. You painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you, everything is as I saw it.
Oh, the tablecloth's different. That's what? Oh, I did not. Okay. Well, the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white.
Well, your head's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh?
No, what's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the T stand on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was the hardened pieces of the teapot I smashed kind.
There's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Did he hide? Oh, there's another cart. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing. Yeah, and she was pushing the cart. A different one. That's the one with light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. Then, when she came back out, she was pushing one of those carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so we called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
We'd better check with Miss Bound. I mean, this and the lift cart, about the same size. This could have been, like, it could have been disguised as one of the tea carts, you know? But it was actually the frozen body. I'm tweaking out. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Oh, yes. What do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. Grew up to be so evil. A lot has happened to her, okay? Also, it is pretty funny how Larry consistently is just he's so in the wrong place at the wrong time that he foils every bad person's plan. Like, Larry's the single reason why, like, we were able to solve the Edgeworth case in the first game. The right place, yes. The right place at the right time. That's right. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn?
I see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. Reason von Carmelas is the one factor you couldn't account for. Yeah, exactly. Larry. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Hehe. Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. Handmade by Bound, slightly melted after being kept in her pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
These may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. What's with everyone insulting our chocolates? So perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. What if the chocolates made a piece of And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. Hooray! To be continued, what the? These chapters are so weirdly short. Okay. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. So now that I think James is finds killer in record time, according to judge. Hands over Black Mirror. This one. Alright, just right. Exactly. I think especially case 2 with how big red white was supposedly, you know, it's kind of crazy that it was literally just the second case.
The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in a teapot. They were... just like Mr. Edgeworth said.
Curse you. You better not think this means you beat me.
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is the best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
There's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
What? But
I pray he never meets Von Karma. Franziska Von Karma, I mean. He can't meet... Actually, maybe he can. Does anyone visit Manfred Von Karma? Everyone's just way too scared. No. I would assume Franziska at least visits. Anyway, sorry.
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Gavel... Oh, alright.
Why don't I take care of things from here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand... Yeah, Red-White was like totally... Like, Red-White felt like fighting like level 100 boss when you were just level 15.
Now, Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it was one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I used? So you're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You level 300 admin friend. Yes, exactly. You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it.
You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth.
I forgive her for ours, no!
Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point to be a suicide attempt?
So she's not willing to admit anything.
Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps he stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Alicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true. And I don't have any hard evidence that it is definitely Miss Bound who stole it. The fact that she pointed that out very specifically makes it very suspicious. What do you mean sounds like infesticide?
Jeez, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, huh? We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so...
Oh, you too? You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another. a gas trap in one of the display cases. You're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You've got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem.
Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have had a field day in here. A great thief could have a field day in here.
And I don't think she's joking.
And actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did, in fact, enter the gallery before it opened.
Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
Well, you know how you have mind chess, Edgeworth? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
Mind check, yeah. Mind Guitar Hero. Okay. A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jews involved in what happened back then?
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet, his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that Wait.
What?
What?
What? What? Like, what? What? Why? Wait. What?
Okay. What, like... Use your words. It's because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... what? Stole them? Like... But first, why? Second, where would she even put them? That doesn't seem right. Because of her that this ice sculptures melted, yet sculptures are... She... So, like, the story she gave is that because she feels guilty for melting the statues too, and because she likes Paul Halik's works, right? She took a bunch of photos of the statues and asked, like, an artist or something to recreate them. In the fountain? No, but the water is warm. It would have 100% melted if she put it in the fountain. Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Although I don't know. But Edward knows, so it's probably okay.
Don't thank me. Thank your pops. Take it away, Malzy. I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Miss Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident.
And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best.
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works.
Very well.
If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Yeah, Bound was the one that said that she tripped over the power cords and melted the statues. Yeah.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here.
Zodiac Hall.
It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. That end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
George Gavel. That was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated until... Oh, fuck. The value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound.
This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found.
Oh, whoa, look at her dance!
Samson, I did what I had to do to see that home was waiting here for you. How did she make it look so easy?
These two.
I'll say, though I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer.
If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you could, please. We give her for everything. A place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into art.
Hold it!
You managed a gallery by yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the managing going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all.
And she really got the house back for him.
So sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more.
Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around.
Hold it!
Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. What?
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. Keep this place safe for Samson. Keep it home, keep it cozy. Okay, because if I'm honest, I've always been something of a dream of mine. They were to create replicas for the Winter Rain based on photos of the sculptures.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound.
Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea anyway.
And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers.
Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the goddess of justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled.
Jeez, Gavin, what the fuck?
Oh, Samson he's innocent. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody.
Mr. Tangaroo gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. Boss is clearly never watching out. Gonna say, I'm like, Andrew, you're not a musical theater kid? No way, I could have never guessed. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Okay, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of sculptures.
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago?
Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth. So those statues in the Winter Wing were just copies? I didn't even get to see them before they melted.
No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying.
I know, it's such an awful shame, and after we went through the trouble to recreate them too.
The sculptures in Winter Wing weren't replicas, they're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Oh, they're the real Okay, I was confused about this and I didn't. Wait, I didn't mean to press again. Fuck. But I didn't. It like went into my head and I was like, that's weird. But then I didn't like make more of a mental note on it. Okay, hang on. Okay, because the melted contents of the case, right, is sugar and salt. There's also blood. I don't know about the blood, but at least for the sugar and salt, it means that the sculptures were still made of the same like sugar, it was still the confectionery sculptures, right? Because when we first came here, they said that they made replicas, but they only made replicas as in like they just made ice sculptures. They didn't say anything about it also being sugar, you know? Like, being sweet. So the fact that there's sugar in it means that it must be the original sculptures. I know you can hear Jet. It's fine.
Objection!
Oh, wait, so that does mean that she stole them and hid them somewhere for 18 years? What the fuck? Wait, but she didn't even own this house anymore. How, wait, like, where the fuck? Where would they have been? You can't just carry a thing like that out in the day. And it has to be preserved, too. Stretch and hydrate. Okay. I can't believe this. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet scent of their chemical makeup? No chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking her for help, but still. Nervous dancing. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for those 18 long years.
What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time?
Not the most out of their idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
But she got kicked out of this home and was essentially homeless, right? Right? How would she have had an... Where would she have put the castle in the sky? Oh, right, also, yeah, like not Miss Scone immediately betraying her.
Overruled!
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago.
I'm scared. Ever since April May turned into a monster, I've been scared of pretty ladies since.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room.
I wonder if they have some sort of ice cooler upstairs. Then it would have, or I don't know. Well, technically the statues exist within their own coolers. But the outside still also needs to be somewhat cool. Right? I don't know, honestly. I don't know how that tech works. But she could have transported it like how with the carts and stuff. And laying like a cloth over it. But yeah. Taken there by Kiki's delivery steps. How did Ghibli get in here? Okay, this one said Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room.
And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Okay. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby.
Hold it!
And what were you doing while you were waiting?
I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bob with Samson, you see. Bacon Bob? What kind of show was it?
It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets.
Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. Okay, so he did. Gregory. So, Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Oh, no. That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Okay. An episode or two, sure. Oh, Gregory. Oh, Miles. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson.
Hold it!
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging?
Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time.
So changing the film and the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Nah. Okay. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct?
Yes. I heard the sound of something collapsing.
Samson, are you in here? Okay.
The sound of a chocolate chip falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports.
And Mr. Tingaro was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he liked to take his time.
So the point at which she discovered Mr. Frost's body was this the moment Miss Bound stole the sculptures. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everyone present. I think this is where she stole the sculptures. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room.
Hold it!
Just as you did today.
Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little cart of yours.
Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
Oh! Holy, what? Oh, oh. What? Why are you acting like that? Don't you get it? Because the frozen sculpture was underneath, and that's why the saucers were cold. God damn it. The saucer was cold. Yes, but I want to see the other dialogue first. That's when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. Okay.
Hold it!
When exactly did you see Mr. Gusto entering the victim's room?
It was while your father and the others were investigating the room before the body was found.
Gunzo said he went in there to get back a photo of him and Frost and their kids.
Because he didn't want anybody to suspect they've been working together, right? Pretty sloppy of him to get spotted, though. Definitely not great thief material.
I think Mr. Gusto could live with that, to be honest. So the moment when Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, was this a moment, no, okay. It can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says, okay. I need to figure out when Miss Bound would have been able to steal the sculptures.
What was her best window of opportunity? You think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here.
If you're gonna get to the bottom of this, you'll need to grill her harder. So get to it. We're right behind you, big man.
Alright. I'm mostly shocked because the thing that she said about the saucers being chilled to chill the tea or whatever, because Samson likes it like that or something, right? Turned out to just be probably some bullshit that she came up with on the spot. And the fact that I just did not even, it didn't even occur to me. I was just like, yeah, I can see rich people doing that. What? Okay. Oh wait, not present, sorry.
Hold it!
This was the moment! Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures.
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room, right under everyone's noses?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Pretty angry. We can't be like this. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
Take that! My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures were mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled!
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Ice have left a drip trail. Not necessarily. Again, like the boxes themselves are like coolers. You know? I think I don't know. Or if it did, maybe it was small enough for them to not care or notice. I don't know. But the condensation. Maybe Edgeworth will explain. Who said anything about a serving cart?
What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you suggesting she used... What are you suggesting she used instead?
I'm suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
Lift cart.
And this is?
The cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. Wait a second. Okay. So, like, the cases are still there, though. Honestly, I don't... Not gonna lie, Loki, I don't know. I don't know. Like, the cases that they... whatever. Maybe Edgeworth will explain. The cart that Miss Bell used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room.
We originally brought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off.
I am. Oh. Okay. But like the case, but the actual casing is still at the scene of the crime. Does she replace the cases with like empty cases? Are they double cased? I don't know. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Spare cases, yeah.
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course, that's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jeez, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole from the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion.
So you admit it. You admit you stole them from Mr. Frost's room.
Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody.
Indeed.
In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks. I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Oh, okay, so the description block? There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the winter ring really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. Were they? Simple.
When I had finished moving the two ice sculptures and the two zodiac blocks out, I took two fresh, empty cases from Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original two had been.
Oh, okay.
Only the sculptures that had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few of other flavored iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures.
Huh.
And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession.
Indeed. I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that?
Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book.
Statues of what?
Statutes limitation book. Statues for dummies. That cat is kind of cute. A book explaining the statute limit for various crimes. Okay. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Cursey statute of limitation. Statues. It's a stat. Oh my god.
So it's different for every crime. Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years.
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
That's not true. We can still laugh at her for it, no? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Well, you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
Dude, I'm so fucking scared. No, say it so. Don't do it. By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let's put it to the test.
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? You want me to present evidence? I don't know if I have that one. Cradled in the he was cramped in the lamp. Okay. Maybe this because there was blood in it. But how would it have... How would he... You know what? We can figure out this after. Edgeworth would tell us. Right, Edgeworth?
Take that!
This is right? No, it's not. Okay, alright. This is where Miss Brown hid the body.
I'm afraid you will have to demonstrate to me how that works, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, show me how exactly a body could have been hidden there. This is just a piece of paper.
Oh, she's right. That wouldn't work at all.
You have nothing to contribute to the investigation. Perhaps you could wait outside for us to finish.
Forgive me, Judge Gavel, but if you just give me one last chance.
If I must, but do not try my patience any further.
Where was Mr. Frost's body hidden? In the teapot. Oh boy, I don't know. In the cloth? But like, in the cloth and then where? Like,
Take that!
no, no, no. Where is it hidden? Statues?
Take that!
Okay, alright. They're gonna be like, where was it hidden? Okay, now why was it hidden in there? And then they're like, well, there was blood.
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works.
In one of the victim's body, Your Honor. And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here. Do they mean this thing? It's covered in the cloth? I'm tweaking out. Wait.
Take that!
What? Yes, attorney, what are you doing?
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is, in fact, Mr. Frost's corpse.
What the fuck? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
Walt Disney is alive! That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. Oh, that's why there was only like a box to light the cloth here and not on the Taurus statue. That's why the box is only on this side. What the fuck?
And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Take that!
There we go.
One of the cloths from in the autumn wing.
Yes, when it was made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone?
Well, yes, dear, but you can even make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Overruled!
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. You'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case.
That's...
one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Brown had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was, in fact, a statue carved from ice.
No, this can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing,
Yes, we were standing in front of the body.
that's kind of fucked up, man.
But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Overruled!
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft.
What?
I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it downstream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough? It is an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, it's quite fucked up. But can you prove that it was me?
You know the
It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Let me
Take that!
sketch.
More drawings. And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here.
Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it?
You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn.
What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I'd originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case. Mr. Larice.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. Okay, but then if that was the case, then 18 years ago when she had the ice sculpture underneath that other white tablecloth, it would have appeared blue as well, right?
What? The shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart, and it easily pass muster as a regular serving cart. Wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of Justice.
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago.
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find somewhere to put your chocolates.
Wait, chocolates? The one I was handing out?
We saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket.
Oh yeah, Mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound?
I...
It was because he had no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why.
One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us.
What? Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body?
Okay. In my head, I was thinking like, oh yeah, she would have to hide the tablecloth. Where would she hide it? Well, like, I guess she could carry it on her person, but it wouldn't be able to fit in a pocket. So maybe she would tie it around her dress, like it would look like an apron or something, but she already has an apron on, so it can't possibly be that, right? And then here we are. In fact, I'm reminded of, like, there's this one video of maybe security cam footage of someone stealing something, and they wore a long dress, and what they did was they just took the box and they shoved it up in between their legs and then left. So, Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact.
In plain view? No. Surely you don't mean...
Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. Look, Edgeworth, I think you're a real smart guy, but this one is a little rough, I have to say. The condensation is one thing, but also, like the whole, like, frozen body theory, I feel like is cool, but for his body to be frozen with the cloth over him, right? Like, you know, I feel like you could just have like a wet corpse and then like a wet cloth, and then you shove it in a glass case and turn the freezer temperatures to turn the temperature to freezing or something. But again, the statue itself would have to have like space for that, you know? Did she cut out like a chunk of the statue to fit Mr. Frost? Actually, you know what? The moment I said it out loud, I'm like, that could be possible. Because it's supposed to be Gemini, right? And Gemini is the twins. It's kind of weird that it's just like one child and one not child, because they're supposed to be twins. Why would one be way older than the other one? You know what? I don't know.
You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's infesticide ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body.
Oh.
It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, but just in case the police suspected foul play.
Judy, you... Oh gosh.
But Jews,
Why? Were we supposed to be on the same side? Aren't we fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I've finally proven that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear.
About stealing the statues?
I know it's easy to say that now, but
Or hiding the corpse, you mean?
Why'd you do it this way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. It caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in the confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in a cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? So it wasn't her who froze the body then?
Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty.
Yeah.
After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I'd ever had. He's the most important person in the entire world to me, and
Judes.
after his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
Yeah, exactly. Who could have killed him then? Who? Maybe it really was Gusto? That also doesn't quite, like... I don't think it's Miss Scone. It's probably not Judy now. It's either, like, Gusto or Samson himself? That would be a big plot twist if he was actually guilty. Von Karma was right. No, we can't have that be the ending. Happy. Wow, it's the little things, I guess. It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaro's sake. She truly is Judy bound.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wind as the winter wind? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Right, like in my head, I feel like Judy has like an idea of who did it, actually. And the idea is Gusto. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaro is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to investigate her crime, find the true killer, and ensure the body was found. Find the true killer. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Like as in, like, if she opened the gallery and because the true culprit froze the body, right? She opened the gallery and she said, oh my god, the statues have been recreated, you know? the true culprit would have come to the gallery to try to peep their murder work. I don't know. Like, oh, whatever. Misbound. Your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in icework. The killer trying to move the body again. Oh, like to further hide their crime? Maybe. And then again, also, the statutes of limitations were up, so it's not like they would have been able to revisit that crime scene and do anything about it. I don't know.
So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah?
Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy.
I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. Yeah. Not like everyone knows about stuff. I feel like for people involved in the case, they would have known.
No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, though. I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless. Well, you just said it was bad, so... but... because I'm such a good visual novel player, I'm gonna save anyway. Maybe I should investigate further, try to uncover the evidence I lack. No, if I don't act now, I may not even be allowed to investigate this case again. Okay, just kidding. Free will is an illusion, and I refuse to let the killer remain at large forever. They've caused 18 years of misery already. It's time to put an end to it all. Because this one case I alone must solve. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Oh man. Well, that is unfortunate. So much for being lovers. Actually, well, lovers can also kill each other.
Take that!
Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Gusty?
Mr. Gusto.
Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. He looks like that. He does. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And, of course, you're absolutely right.
Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As he said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door, The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
And when I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, when I knew he was the murderer, all that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Jules, why didn't you tell me? You know I was here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy.
18 years ago, shit, I was thinking about Judy and Duty, and I said Duty, okay. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
So sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Miss Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected to say the least. And yet, it had only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. This is a too-big... Oh my god. We need to know... Continue on. It's gotta be about the end, right? April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. So many... I know, right? There's like 9 of them, I think. So we've done like about 3 each stream, it seems. So Mr. Gusto. Maybe they really did have like some falling out. So they were working together and then not. And also, oh right, also in the end there, because so when Samson was talking about how he graded the final creations, right? He did mention that like he really liked Frost's because the taste was good, as in Mr. Gusto made the ice, right? And also of course the design was good. Scones was cheating, and he mentioned that Gusto's design was not good, and also that it didn't taste that good either. I remember he saying that Gusto's was like kind of disappointing, right? So I wonder like if something happened where Gusto helped out Frost to make like his ice sculpture ice, right? And then when it came for Frost to help Gusto out in the final competition, Frost suddenly said no or something, because maybe Frost wanted the cookbook, so he needed him to win, right? So he couldn't let Gusto win. So he told Gusto no or something, or like, I don't know, they fought somehow, and which led to Gusto trying to harm him. Maybe that would make sense, right? Okay. Sounds more like self-sabotage. Like Gusto messed up on purpose to... Ooh. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaro's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
No. There's nothing to suggest anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. And right now, there's nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either.
Shut up.
So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Overruled!
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked such a prosecutor?
Yes. The prosecutor in question was also guilty of murder. Statute he died. Yeah, exactly. I thought she was gonna bring up the statute of limitations, which would make more sense. Yeah, even if Von Karma lied about the autopsy report, right? Statute of limitations is up. That means the case is closed. That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so exactly? Also, how dare you mention him after we were just talking about prosecutors that were not good?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it's time you understand how the committee sees this case.
Goddamn. Praise view.
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Miss Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. Just like that TV show.
It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Please, let us end this. The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the autopsy report. If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified a report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case?
Because the goddess of justice is never wrong. Her verdict remains true, despite Mr. Buck.
Despite blatant evidence tampering, you're sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes me think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again.
Further investigation is simply unnecessary, since the goddess of justice has already spoken.
Is that right? Decided on staying away. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. Right, this is the thing. I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself.
Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating director, one Detective Ian Sideman. The official records state that it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is that the goddess of justice has already spoken. Unbelievable! She just won't budge at all! Are these committee guys really that big of a deal?
In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare.
So kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh? And how prosecutors are to defense attorneys.
Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though.
I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind this is Miss Bound.
Hold it!
It is Simon.
Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Miss Frost together?
Why not? You can even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? What that we could ever kill Mr. Frost? You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered...
Miss Bound has freely confessed to all her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past.
Very well. Then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present.
Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Prosper.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder?
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing, simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know, he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there's little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there is plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you.
We have all the evidence we need to explain both the I-7 and the poison gas.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need.
In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. As for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. Well, that doesn't sound good.
Don't worry, Miles Areno. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co.
Offender, I'd appreciate it if you don't pray for my downfall. Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate it if we could stay focused on the matter at hand.
Haha, of course. Now where was I?
8 a.m. class, bro. We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further.
You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all?
All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm certain there is something that still needs to be examined.
The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now. Now, assuming there's really anything left, that is.
This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have to answer to, and it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gavin.
I've never seen Gusto was either in this obvious color giant radiance background. Actually, though, real. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages. 15 years from the date of the crime, the statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Okay. Statute is suspended from the time of any accomplices in Wait, suspended from the time of any accomplices indictment to the end of their trial. Wait, you're right. He did leave for Jinfa.
But he wasn't the suspect at the time. Falsified autopsy report. Even so, only managed to have corrected as a confirmation. Come to believe the real culprit behind is misbound. Finding was her attempted criminals. We have all the evidence to explain both of them. We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case. How long does Samson's trial go for? A year? Well, it does say that the statutes of limitation expired 3 years ago. I don't know. Suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Oh wait, no. Is it indict? How long was he in jail for? I forget what he. I don't think we have like a set date actually. We just know that he went to Jinfa. Yeah. For sure. There's also the bit about accomplice. Statutes are suspended from the time any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. So would the statute have been suspended for a year? Well, that wouldn't be enough. I don't even know what I'm trying to look for. I don't know. Yeah, right? I'm so lost on this one. Where's my other self? Oh. Okay, so this is what others see. Oh, others. She is so smart. I totally forgot about this. Okay, so we haven't done a blood test on this blood yet. That's what it is. Gavel says we have all the evidence, but we don't.
Objection!
Oh. I totally forgot about that. I just assumed that it was Frost's blood because Judy said everything. But yeah. I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
There are test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in Winterwood. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Sorry. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence.
There was blood in the Gemini case. Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about it myself, of course.
You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about this, all about what you have done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. Where's Eustace? Eustace is, he's on recess right now. He's on the playground. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace. Oh, he's back from the playground.
Guess who's back, losers, and with good news too.
Oh. Oh my god. He's back. He's up.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive.
Dude, honestly, must suck for him being poisoned, and then once you wake up, you're heavily interrogated for a murder that you possibly did 18 years ago.
Gusto.
He made it.
Oh my god. Oh, he has a seahorse tattoo! What? Holy shit. So you're the ones who found me.
Yep. Long time no see, Gusto.
By the way, you're probably under arrest. I hope you're feeling better, though. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, I'm...
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Great moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you haven't found me in time, I wouldn't be here I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Sure. Huh? What are you talking about?
We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who off poor Artie Frost.
I can't believe this. He literally wakes up from his poisoning and they're just like, by the way, you're a murderer. Gusto was like, damn, I really wasn't here to defend myself.
What? Is that true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murder. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you rather exercise your right to remain silent.
Oh, it's not that. Gusto's you're a fan of the old meditation. You know, and all that jazz.
Offender, that's...
Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay?
Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it? Tell us what went down way back when.
I was caught in that girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here.
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what exactly happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record.
I believe only in infallible judgment of the goddess of justice.
Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
We will see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas.
Yeah, right.
Specifically, by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early.
Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time?
I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So, no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight. All except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see. It's okay if you need to sleep, it's alright. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went.
Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right? Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close. So I went up to the Gemini. Guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight. So I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. He has the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah,
Is this knocking supposed to wake you up?
the everything sounds like a lie kind.
Heck of a kid. I can't. Oh my god. I knew he had to wake up and we would have done testimony with him too, but like, of course, things are never easy.
I'm none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it. Come on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, oh pal. So, you believe that self-confessed criminal?
Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer.
You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me. I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Ugh.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but... Then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now.
Yeah, right? I keep expecting them to start making something. Maybe it's saved for his, breakdown.
If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims to not have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it?
Aha. If he did it, yes. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember?
How can you possibly say that without any certainty, if the relationship had broken down for some reason? Yeah, cooperation ended. Yeah. That could very well be the motive behind this murder.
Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusta back then. But we can now, because Von Karma's in jail. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. And the finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Oh. No. Let's break down our skull. Surrender flag. No. The breakdowns, it will always be over the top. You know, he's like, oh wait, maybe it'll be something like he starts forming the sugar and he's like, I swear, I have evidence to prove that I'm innocent. It's right here, and then it forms like the skull emoji. He's like, wait, no, that's not it. Let me try again, and he tries another thing, and it's like, I don't know, a jail cell, and he's like, no, it's not it. And he keeps trying and it doesn't work, and then the sugar overflows, and he keels backwards and foaming at the mouth. That's a breakdown. That seems like more recent Ace Attorney game breakdown. They've gotten very extravagant. Oddly specific, but sure. He keeps inflating bigger, exposing his face. Oh yeah, I like that one too. That could be very possible. I don't know. Like if you've seen any of the more recent breakdowns from the 3D Ace Attorney games, especially the one I was thinking of, the one from the culprit in the trace in the oh my god, I can't say things. The culprit in the case with Trucy in the most recent game, so Spirit of Justice. That guy's breakdown was crazy. It was really good and very thematic, but also very over the top. The culprit in the trace. I'm crying. His breakdown is Ratatouille as the breakdown. That would be kind of funny, actually. There was a rat in his hat this whole time. Okay, sorry. Right. We never found out whose like finger marks were on the chocolate frame. Yeah. Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. Yeah. Team Control said they want to get a rat with Gusto. Oh my god. So he
asked me to go put in a new cartridge. I seem to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining.
Yeah, someone else used up the camera. Right, that was also another thing that wasn't solved.
But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Ooh. Okay. Well, I mean, these two. Oh, he took pictures of the cookbook. Oh, that could also be like how he made it in Junfa too. Like he might have used the stuff from the cookbook. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book?
It'd be the perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops.
Sneaky snapshot or 20, eh? That could work.
The only question is, when would he have done it?
Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had?
Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost oh my god, I can't okay. This act, I was not prepared to pull out Von Karma again. Nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. As the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa. Possessing as he did is the only key.
Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled?
No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tipped over to Chillywink's room for a little taste, too.
Mr. Frost had kept him to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Motive. Carlos. I wish he'd not. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? Oh, well, you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? What can I say? I still have a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. But you only collaborated up through the semifinal. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement, made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. The live streams ever get solved or missing me exposed. I think they both ate. Oh my god, okay, sorry. they both had basically parts of the same strings, right? Tangaroa just can't taste salt. So to him the strings tasted fine, but to scones, it tasted salty. But we don't know why it was salty compared to the rest of the statue. Yeah. Data freeze flavors that were already prepared. Yeah.
Ah, yes. This lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me. That he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to raise minds of it then.
So, why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return? I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Oh, it did explode!
That's not how it works. Sure, we stopped working together. It was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Okay, really said kind of weirdish, but alright.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I?
Yeah. Exactly. Maybe his breakdown would be an extra big burst. Or like multiple bursts, like the bubble girl.
So you see, it can't have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. And if I can prove... Sorry. And if I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. We still don't know what happened. I can't realize close. Yeah, exactly. We haven't done mind chess. No, but I don't think we need to. I hope we don't need to. Kidnap his kid. And since Frost died, he doesn't know where his kid is. That's what I was thinking. Maybe Frost didn't kidnap his kid. But I was thinking that perhaps the reason why he went to Frost's room would be to try and find answers on where his kid went. Because his kid and Frost's kid knew each other. And so there might have been a connection there. I don't even know. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea. Making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Sally, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last.
Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead.
Oh, is it mind games time again?
Wow, the moment you mentioned chest, oh my god. It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. Do you play chess? I said, I have a question for you.
Oh, what is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Wow, it's chess time. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Jeez, 4 of them. Huh, Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand. Now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Chess! Why did you collaborate? Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We're acquaintances.
Oh, sorry, Sassa's voice. Oh my god, what? That was thunder!
We're acquaintances before we were contests. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills.
You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creations possible, that's all.
I will expose all your little lies in the end, Mr. Gusto. It's only a matter of time. Shit.
Sorry, son, to see if I could do an impression of you. Turns out it's easy.
Shit. He's happy to bide his time as well, it seems. I'll need to pick my words more wisely. I didn't think that would work, but but he said that he pretends to be asleep and okay. I need to study my opponent's reactions. Okay. Blah blah blah. Ellipses.
Ross, John, and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh? So you were just two friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Is it nap time?
I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
Wait. Oh, wait. So he's okay. So it's you have to wake him up. That's what they meant. Okay. I thought it was like when he's asleep, I should bide my time. Okay. I got it mixed up. I got it confused. All right. Wake the fuck up. All right. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. I never sleep. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Fine. It was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize. The ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then, something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps? If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I might die for real, and help me on my way back to the medical room.
No, wait.
Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape. He's not going anywhere yet. But as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning him fast. Here on Bacon Bob. You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much.
Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner. My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Look, my sense of the line may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, so you've improved.
You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Jun Fa for nothing.
Oh no. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, yeah, shit. Whatever. It's fine. You wanted to appear on Mr. Tinkerbo's TV show, didn't you?
Oh, Cooking in Conga?
I believe it was called Bacon Bob.
You really think people would have wanted to watch me dance like an idiot while I work?
No, it might have been a bit for younger, but much for younger viewers.
I thought not. Listen, I know what I'm good at, and prancing around on TV isn't. Maybe you should focus on what you're good at too, because it certainly isn't asking the right questions.
Touche, Mr. Gusto. I need to choose my words more carefully. Shit, I keep getting penalties. Okay.
Okay. I looked up to Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son.
Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday.
Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it.
Huh. So you claimed that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest's prize, the ultimate cookbook.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered a contest supposedly knew that.
Ah,
I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Thank you for refilling my timer. It was looking bad. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations.
what else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
You could have made a lot of money if you'd sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
Calm down, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the ultimate cookbook than you claim.
They told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't dessert recipes at all.
I see you did your homework. Fine. So you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody had ever heard of.
So we didn't know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
I just want my clue. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Junfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You were trying to become a pharmacist! You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in the revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
He was. Tell me more.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Okay. I did have a thought, because I was like, okay, you know, Ultimate Cookbook has medicine cures, right? So like, and there were two dudes with sons, so I was like, oh man, one of the sons was probably sick or something, right? And then I was thinking about it more, and they talked about how the sons just disappeared, and I was like, I wonder if they might have, like, one of them might have passed away from not being able to find treatment because they didn't get the cookbook, you know? But it looks like everyone at the contest, present day, knows the cookbook. Because he took photos. Tell me a little more about your son.
He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan.
And you entered a contest in order to help him.
You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything. He would come to see me here at the contest venue too, right up until the semifinal.
Oh, okay, so it was his son who came around. Really? He didn't get in the way of your work. If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always just be the first to try my creations.
You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto. and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest.
It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway.
Okay. This feels like it could be an important clue. Okay. So you needed the cookbook to cure your son.
Yeah, nowadays you could get the medicine he needed anywhere. Back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give it all to my work.
And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it.
And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what letters I made?
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitor's entries.
I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something.
Nothing Mr. Gusto tastes. Nothing Mr. Gusto tastes had any flavor. It seems like it'd be a more important clue.
Nothing he tasted had.
Did he also have this condition that his son had? What? If like, because I remember Tangaroa said, like specifically the cookbook could cure like taste related conditions because he can't taste salt, right? I don't know. Edgeworth will answer it for me. Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from?
You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. It ain't enough to have you seriously ill. Why would you force me to tell you more?
Tentatively, Mike, you will. You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-alerting.
I see. That must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. And it's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything. Not even his favorite desserts.
Was he overweight? Yeah, exactly. It's like, how dare you, Edgeworth, ask for a specific answer? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication, one that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder.
So he had it too.
Who, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. Wait. But was that really the case?
Of course it was. What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. Oh, maybe... maybe it wasn't to cure his son, but to cure himself? Like because he just said he couldn't taste anything, right? So maybe it was to cure his taste disorder? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste. Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did it all on your own now. You would have us believe that you are a man of principle. a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. You abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew.
Sadly, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook, for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate.
Wow.
I admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed a juice.
What's a juice?
It's a taste disorder that makes it so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well?
Nope. The big man had what they called dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others he had no flavor at all. So she suffered too. Can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning.
Of course.
What was it that Fender said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Ah, see, here we go. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final, but disappointingly his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. Yeah. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day?
Fine. You want me to talk? I'll talk. But you're not gonna like what I have to say.
And of course we still have to actually cross-examine him. Life can never be that easy. For a second I thought, I was like, will we really mind chess and he'll confess? No way, right? Yes, no way. My entry for the final.
Ross and I were working together right up through the semifinal. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry. But mine, I did all. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training.
Okay.
And that's all there is to it. Happy now?
There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony.
Yep, not that I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what happened for 18 years after. Why don't you try pushing them a bit, Miles Reno? See if you can't shake something loose.
I think I just might have to, Fender. Frost and I were working together right up through the semifinal. I handled the flavor he'd be designing. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted, while you handled the taste.
Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Heh. Boy, did you not have an eye for set aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff. Ugh. Oh my god!
Oh shit, it has gotten better. Oh shit. How do you like me now? The national symbol of Jinfa.
Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome.
Did you say
Oh shit, I forgot. I can't say that word in front of Edgeworth.
Sorry.
I'll say. Pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago.
Well, the fruits of my training. I have dedicated my whole life to my craft. Back then, we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. Neuron activation. I wanted to face Tango and finally, oh no, help just me and my skills.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title then? Of course! The art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. It's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue.
I understand, Your Honor, but...
Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please do continue your testimony in your own time.
Okay. Wanted to face in the final that's me and my skills. So I helped Frost with this entry, mine I did alone.
Hold it!
So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reasons too. I wouldn't know.
If he's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours is a built-in lie detector, okay?
If it did, I'd have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now.
Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistant required. Especially no magmatamas or psychologs or bracelets that squeeze your arm or widget toys that project blue holograms. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. And yet, I heard that your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me, and it's as simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? Huh?
I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. Did something change between the semifinal and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. Okay. The only difference between the semifinal and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me.
Hold it!
I'm wondering, like, because it's definitely not like his taste disorder just showed up overnight in the middle of the confectionery contest, you know, because it went into the contest in order to get the cookbook, so he must have had this taste disorder before then. And so what I'm thinking is he probably had Mr. Frost's help not only on the design stuff, but maybe as like a taste tester too, maybe. And maybe that's why his son was around as well. Like, because he couldn't taste anything, but if he could like give, you know, like, hey, can you test this for me? Like, can you taste this for me? To like his son or Mr. Frost or something, you know, it would have been, he would have been able to like adjust and make changes and make sure everything's okay. I don't know. So you really completed your final entry without Mr. Frost's help. I may not have had his designs to lean on, but I knew I was still solid when it came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final.
You sure, gutsy old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just the looks that got a big thumbs down from come judgment time. It got trashed on flavor too.
Doesn't sound like much of a win. Doesn't sound much like a winner to me.
Despite his confidence, Mr. Gusso failed on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistant shouldn't have affected that. There's some other difference. An 18-year-old mystery. The key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. I just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. Oh boy. Okay. What do I have, even? I don't think I have anything. What if I press this again? You knew Mr. Frost from before the contest, correct? You remember, I see. My son and Frost used to go to elementary school together. I don't think this is really a statement. It was no coincidence that you both entered a contest, correct? Yeah, I heard about it at first. Oh shit. Shit, stop pressing the button! Yeah, I heard about it first and I told Frost. Knew he'd be interested, he was always short of cash for his sculptures. That's right, Mr. Frost was supposedly always in financial trouble, wasn't he?
The cookbook is really worth that much, huh?
I see that glint in your eye, kiddo. Don't get your great thieving hopes up. It was worth a lot back then. These days, you can find most of the stuff in there at any drugstore. That drugstore's shelf.
Oh, bummer.
So literally every last contestant only ever had eyes for that cookbook. I see. An 18-year-old mystery, okay. I don't think that's it.
Hold it!
No, I'll just stick with what I have for now. Oh, this is if I... okay.
Hold it!
No, it's definitely the other statement. But what to present, I don't know! Semi-final and the final was that Frost wasn't helping.
Hold it!
Oh wait, no, I already pressed this. Fuck, I didn't want to press it. No, I wanted to check my evidence. Okay. Difference between the final is the semi-final and final is that Frost wasn't helping me. What? I think I need to consult other what? Help. Oh. They want me to present the okay. Others, she says it's the photo. It's the photo to point out that his son was there to help him taste things. I think. Something like that. It seems. I would not okay, alright. Okay, others, she. I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up through the semi-final.
He was. Whatever.
What indeed? Yeah, I think so too. That's okay. It's good that they're getting sleep. What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final. Until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. Sure, I don't know what that word is. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But... what?
Hey, on the music. Okay, we're back.
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Well, why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father?
To taste his stuff. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto.
He was my biggest fan. Of course I know it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak. No?
What are you implying?
You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody else, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 18 years ago I developed ageusia.
No one knew about your condition. Indeed. I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work.
Dang. It all makes sense. Frost's stuff tastes good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
Okay, not the reaction I was expecting. You have a
vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you still seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then.
Did you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputations in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation, that's all it is.
In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate.
Sally for you. My son is no longer my concern.
But Jesus, what? For a second, I thought he was gonna say,
Good luck with that, because he's dead.
what?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to John Vaughn to start my training. I left my son behind?
And what the fuck? What? Bro!
I cut off all ties with that kid for good.
Okay, appropriate reaction, okay. Me too, okay. What? You abandoned your own child? You know what you're saying to, you know, all of us right now?
That ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now.
Yeah.
The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. Joe, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again.
What the fuck?
I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
What the If we don't get this guy on murder, can we get him on child neglect? What the fuck? Silence in the courtroom. Well, Mr. Gusta's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part. The goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. I feel like the goddess of justice should be able to judge him for that. What the He makes Willy Wonka look like Tony Grandma. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it's time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Prove or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. With his son.
Where are you, Detective Gumshoe?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get into it right away, sir.
That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is.
Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
You mean because he tried to open the case?
Mundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that?
We might. If Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's... what?
Oh no. No 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 no. No. I don't think the sun is showing up. Wait. That's really fucked up actually. Why did my brain think of that? Wait. No, what if the sun really is dead? What if the sun really is dead, but it's like because the statue is, you know, right? They would no, but that's no, it's not even covered with a cloth. Someone would totally have seen. Okay, no, let's go back. Backtrack. No, that's not real. It's not real. It's not real. That's not how it went. Brain has just been too horror game focused. We do have two statues. But we only found blood in the bowl though. That's the thing. But the question is, like, if Gumshoe comes back with the blood sample and he's like, oh my god, the blood sample, it doesn't match Mr. Frost's, right? Then it must have been somebody else's blood. And then if that somebody else was his son, then that means they were both frozen together in that statue, which is really fucked up. But like, but the child in the statue, right, is like I don't know. I feel like you would have noticed. At least with Mr. Frost, he had like a cloth over him, so it was less like perceivable. But like, no, come on, there's no fucking way. That should be wrong. Okay, I don't know. Brain go crazy. Brain needs to shut up. I'm scared. I'm so scared. That's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now, if you... Oh shit, here we go.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, sorry for keeping you waiting.
Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, detective.
Yes, sir. Life just got back to me.
Especially, yeah, exactly, right? Like that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. They wouldn't do that. Not my goofy Ace Attorney game.
Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of?
What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked him to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here.
Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say?
Well, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us?
You're not gonna believe this, but in order the blood we found at the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is...
Oh! It's Mr. Gusto himself! Okay. Still not looking promising.
Carmelo Gusto, a victim of the poison gas attack.
What are you talking about? Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. Okay. Alright. 20s with animation. I don't know. I was thinking to myself, I was like, if we don't see there, because case, like, all the cases are like kind of linked together in a way as we move throughout the game, right? I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh, maybe like if we don't see their sons in this case specifically, then maybe they'll be part of a case like in the next maybe they'll be part of the next case, I mean, right? And we'll meet them there, I don't know. Or we won't meet them at all, I'm not sure, but yeah. Okay, looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case?
No, you know what? The fact that I also thought that, I was like, oh yeah, you know, it has to be like a young guy around. And then my mind immediately went like, well, Eustace is young. And we don't really know his parents or anything. Could be one of these guys. But if the case happened 18 years ago, Eustace is 18, I think. So he would have like not been born. Oh no, he's 17. Yeah, even younger. So yeah. So it's not him. The kid would have to be around like 20 something now. Yeah. Okay.
What is the significance of this blood to this case?
It's only the very thing the perpetrator of this IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. You, where are I? The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body.
Overruled.
Why would there be traces of your blood there? Of all places, Mr. Gusto.
If you won't answer her honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini's case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too.
They were.
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
But yeah, you're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever? I never tried ice that's so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit.
And so the other folder you got there, this bit, the harpy thing.
And Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar, and only the liar, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt on the liar come from?
I don't know, actually. This is so like, I don't know, my brain went to a scary theory and then like it stopped working, so whatever Edgeworth is on right now, I have no idea. Well, I'm glad evidence is labeled.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident.
Indeed. And I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tinker's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tinkero's room.
Right, because the culprit had chucked the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little stream.
Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken.
The lens appeared to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them.
Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. We never did figure out how the one that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point?
So like, what, they hit each other with lamps? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Oh. As in... Oh. What? Okay, so he hit the body as part of the sculpture. But then he basically he took the sugar ice water, right? Before, and then washed the lamp in that so that the blood would end up in there and then the blood wouldn't be on the lamp, right? But as a result created a salty, bloody sugar mess. Used that to form the liar bits on like this in order to hide the blood. Oh my god. What? Okay.
And you are seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that?
I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. With the cleaning water. Yeah, something like that. Ew, that means that Delicia Scone ate a bloody, sugary, salty creation. And so did Mr. Tangaroa. Nobody tell her, she's standing right here. I don't know, man. Okay. But the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected.
Then the reason he's here today is...
18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day.
So he's back. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks.
Oh, don't tell him it was hilarious. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson...
Not what I was expecting.
Gusto. So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even that big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you.
You admitted then that you murdered Artie Frost.
Sure, I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame.
What do you mean by that?
You would have done this. Okay, you agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook.
No big breakdown. I think maybe he's only admitting it because he's like, the statute of limitations is up, so ha ha ha, you can't do anything. And then we'll present the thing where it's like, actually, you were in Junfa. And then he's like, wait a second. I don't know. Or maybe he will just walk away and will be like, oh, it's just water on the bridge now. You can go ahead. It's not like, you know, it's not like Judy Bound ruined her life for this.
Okay, you agreed to help me. Whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal.
Oh, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto.
But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces.
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose.
Why do you? Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore.
This... Not gonna lie, this does kind of feel like a messy divorce where Frost took the kids. I'm just saying, they could still be lovers.
And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care? You're horrible.
So, with his disappearance, you too went your chances... So too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah. I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tinkerella's room. It should have been easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then, Frost showed up.
Oh. I thought I might find you here, stealing recipes from the famous cookbook. Tut 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 tut. I don't know why he sounds like that.
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll... Yeah!
Thanks. If only I remembered all the lyrics. You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why you? Yes, I can hit you!
Bonk.
Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got in it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow. So I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved the salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp.
Oh, he brushed it over the harp. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I was like, he froze little sticks and replaced the harp's lights. Okay, no. That makes way more sense.
And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
He would have made me give... So you decided you had to kill him?
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head?
Dude, look, I get it's a big deal that a confectioner can't taste anything, but is it really that big of a deal? Like, Beethoven was deaf. It's not like... I'm just saying. I feel like it would be more impressive if it were like, I can't taste anything, but I overcome my condition and make cool sweets anyway. Like, I don't know about this. I feel like Gusto is just wacko.
Besides, he is the one who drew first blood. Makes us all a case for self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying around the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up.
Why would he make you taste? Sure. Yeah, he is just a little, not just a little, pretty wacko, pretty fucked up. Took the lamp, went straight there, and figured out how I was gonna hide the bloody part. Oh, okay. Chip it off. Oh, chip off the blood, basically. Okay.
But why, Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and glass backs in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. And that's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You trying to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Oh yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tinkerella's. He was the best, a true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Oh, Gusty, how could you?
And you had refrained from eating Tangaroa, and had you refrained from eating Tangaroa at work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I sneaked a corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, found here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Ah, why indeed.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body?
As obscure time of that's high true crime scene. She's a special kind of crazy. I know, right? What the fuck? To hide the. No, no, no. Wait. No, wait. No. High true crime scene? Pass it off as an ice sculpture? I feel like passing it off as an ice sculpture and hiding the true crime scene are kind of the same idea. Why do I feel like any of these work? Gusto needed to freeze it in order to pass it off as an ice sculpture.
Is that really why? Now look at what you've done, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound's so lost in her thoughts, she's frozen up. Just like an ice sculpture.
Sorry about that. I guess that wasn't it. I'll just go through everything. Oh, hi, Arth. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Okay, it was that. Okay. I was thinking, like, oh, maybe time of death, like, maybe he was killed, like, unexpectedly sometime, like the day before or something. But then it was like, no, because the chocolate chip didn't exist the day before. I didn't realize he was that cautious, like, down to the hour. Okay. Also, I didn't know, like, yeah, okay. Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. It feels like this guy, for sure, read, like, a true crime book or whatever. Like, he definitely read a book about, like, how to cover up your crimes. Because this is so, like in my head, someone who committed murder, right, and is trying to hide it. This is so like you would have to be thinking like big 5D chess in order to get, like hiding your blood. It's just like, first of all, not even washing it. That was my thought. But if you wash it, there could still be trace amounts, right? He chipped off the blood off the salt lamp, and then made that liquid sugar blood mixture and brushed it onto the lyre. Like, that was so deliberate. Like, in my head, I was like, I know you can't have your blood on the lamp, but I wouldn't have thought so far as to chip it off. My brain was stopped at just washing it off. Like, I don't know. It seems like he has, like, practice. I don't know. Maybe confectioner guy was just, like, way smarter than I thought. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, also, yeah, this guy is quite crazy, quite fucked up. Quite, like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But if he does not go to jail for murder, I hope he goes to jail for everything else. So
Okay. So he wanted to freeze his body in order to obscure the time of death. Again, so like, okay, so basically if they autopsied him and determined that it was during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Oh yeah, because... Okay. A freezing Frost's body was as simple, preparing everything took time. I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist throwing up and making the whole ship collapse.
I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body? Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all?
The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it's fully frozen.
How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been if the body hadn't been found before I got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. There wouldn't have been a body for you to find if he didn't fucking kill somebody. If it wasn't for Samson, if it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gustav.
It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. Well then, Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body.
I mean, guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right?
Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself, and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you.
That's good. So I didn't have to spend 18 years in prison. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones.
Wait, his voice kind of turned.
What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal.
I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, Detective.
Oh, here we go.
Show your notice. Glad somebody did. That judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder.
How old is Gumshoe asking for a friend? Gumshoe isn't that old. I think he's 30-something. 32. 32, that's a good age. Yeah. Oh, younger than Fender. Oh wait, Gumshoe's younger than Judy Bound? This world is crazy.
No idea, huh? Then guess I better lay it out for you.
Alright, here we go. Why you can't arrest me?
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You did a math, you can't arrest me. You think I'd confessed otherwise?
Hell yeah.
That's right. The statute of limitations is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so...
But he's an asshole. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusta's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place.
But We've finally proven that the police had never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis.
Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what?
Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor.
There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down.
Why you can't arrest me? Kill Frost 18 years
Hold
ago.
it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto.
It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I can have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective.
You can't touch me. It's too late for that.
Sugar doesn't grow on joke. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years.
Hold it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Junfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. Explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left. Let's see. Around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Junfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, I'm the full package now.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those whose lives you destroyed.
It wasn't omelet without a few eggs, huh? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing.
You're evil.
Stitches, toes, girly. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters.
I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he's just made. Is there anything I should follow up now? Training in Junfa. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Junfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine.
Nice wolf. Yeah. Yeah, I later went to Junfa to train and I finally became the best in the world.
Hold it!
Junfa. And you were there for a while, I imagine?
Yeah, I left some time after the investigation had wrapped up. I've been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in.
Ooh, what is it this time? Ooh!
I decided out world class.
Whoa, that's amazing.
You like it. It's yours.
Really? Alright.
See, like giving candy to a baby.
So you spent some time in Junfa training.
Okay, statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. Did I press this
Hold
already?
it!
Depending on your actions over the last 18.
Oh yeah, I did. 5 years, maybe 10. Could have been any number of years,
Objection!
but you know. Okay. Even candy to be special.
Yeah, you do the best. You can't arrest me.
Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing is impossible.
Really? Come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can?
He would have solved the whole case if he hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. No. The statute of limitations is threatening to inter the truth of this case forever.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, so we have to see it through to the end.
Okay.
The truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves?
I'm not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Carmelo Gusto, I won't allow you to make off with the truth.
Do your worst.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I'm just gonna get all the fluff done.
Hold it!
You think I'd confess otherwise? That was the only reason, because you knew the statue had expired.
Why else would I do it? Why would anybody? Not that I planned on it ever coming out, of course.
And why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner! And petty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft. Petty stuff like this, like murders and children. So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail. I've seen some pieces work in my time, but you're just flat out unforgivable. Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it. Alright, Miles, it's official. Uncle Eddie's mad. And that doesn't happen often.
You're not the only one. But don't worry, you won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Man, when Uncle Eddie's mad, the music stops. Mr. Gusto is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed.
Think, Mr. Edgeworth, there must be some way for us to arrest him.
The guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer. Not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta.
He's right. Mr. Gusto is just an armchair attorney, after all. Okay. Yep. So good for, Judge Gavel to give this to us.
Objection!
You fool. The statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should a suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time he spent abroad doesn't count toward the total time under the statute.
No way! So it's like someone hit pause when he was in Junfa? It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet. But that will depend on how long you stayed in Junfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly. 3 years, hold on. Nobody say anything until I've done the math.
Well, me too.
The murder happened 18 years back. The statue is 15 years. The 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means... no way! Mr. Edgeworth, you did it! The statue hasn't expired after all!
Bingo, 18 years exactly. God, you worked it out for yourself.
He's just been stringing us along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
Hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto's stay in Junfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're just a few months short.
Not enough? But...
What did I tell you? You can't touch me!
I hate to admit it, but he read the board well when he made his confession. The 18th year is tomorrow. They would pull something like that, but this seems pretty like, oh man, I don't know what we're gonna do. 18 or 17, yeah, right?
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth.
Or yeah.
If only the statue had been suspended for another year. Those who overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
No. There must be something I can do.
I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Judes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here. Far from it. But there's still a way we can nail it.
For a second, I thought she was like, then I'll have to do it. Pulls out a knife. Ah!
There is?
Alright, Malzerino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about.
Which is?
He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is.
Okay, we're gonna nail him on the apprentice thing then.
Which means there's still one way left to us.
Oh, because the apprentice thing would add one more year. Oh my, bruh. We're cutting, oh my god, we're cutting it so close.
There's still one way left for us. Grab open your statues for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. But if we can make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done.
Accomplice, sorry. I meant accomplice. I'm sorry. They both start with A and they both have P's. Okay, it happens. Offender, are you...
Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samson's my client, Miles. I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you.
Well, he's gonna be in jail either way, so... Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, can I raise an objection and play that card or not? Yeah! Ooh. My father and Mr. Von Karma, one sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth.
This court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection!
No, I wouldn't say all. There are some other counts. No, Your Honor, Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty, and I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. That to show Judge Gavel something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. Well, I mean...
Take that!
Oh wait! No, I was supposed to...
The court rules the evidence inadmissible, on the grounds that it appears to be entirely irrelevant.
Wait, I pressed the wrong thing! I got my papers mixed up!
Believe me, Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your frustration. It isn't easy giving up on a lost cause. After all, I have used this with—
I will not give up. I will see that justice is done. Mr. Tangaroa's trial lasted a year, and though it ended with a verdict that couldn't have been more wrong, that very verdict may be what finally sees Mr. Gusto arrested. Now to show Judge Gavel something that proves it. Okay. Here.
Take that!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case file you would like us to refer to?
Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangaroa was convicted as accomplice, and it took around 1 year for his indictment, from his indictment, for that verdict to be reached.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What was his voice? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice.
Yep. Guess you were in Jinfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you. Not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaro was an accomplice anyway. He was innocent, and you know it.
Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Jinfa, and your accomplice, Samson Tangaroa, was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all.
The goddess's judgment is infallible. But that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No, how could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto. And not a moment too soon.
But the fact that there's suspension pause buttons overlapped should make it. Yeah, that's true. Shh, don't say anything. Edgeworth's just like, don't bring it up, we're gonna just...
I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized.
Actually, well, not necessarily. The verdict came down. They overlapped maybe like a month or two, I think, because he was still here for most of it. He said he left for Junfa basically like right before the verdict came down. Alright, so he was still here for a majority of his trial, I'd say. Yeah.
I'm finally great. My privilege has been recognized. I give up everything for this. Everything. Even my son.
Which was fucked up, by the way. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Oh my god! What? Another him? Okay, well, that was the breakdown again. That was good. Well, I mean, he definitely learned his skills. Yeah.
Mr. Goose was all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right?
I suppose so.
Dudes.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Bound. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh, no. I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Judes. You think maybe you want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh,
Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Now, how about a hug?
Actually, let's not do that.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. But you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
aw. George Gavel, Why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
And you clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite the threat to the Committee of the for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way. What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything! Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes,
why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job.
my job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winter. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I want to expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
Okay.
What was that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all.
Wowsy wowsy.
Yes.
I just want to say, oh, Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That and thanks for helping old Sammy Poople.
Of course.
Hey, Angie, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go?
Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you?
Though I'm loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Quit it with the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry.
This goes back in ice until the next 15 years. She's gotta get that skincare in. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop. He was a terrible liar, too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with?
Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
Oh, we actually get to see it? Oh, okay. April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center, Visitor 0.
So, what's Mr. Tingaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him.
Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why a 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day?
Oh, right.
Okay, so this is the same detention center. I mean, we're in the same area. This is where they live. Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? That's kind of what I was... Oh, okay, he's here. I was like, the last time we were in a detention center waiting for someone, they died. Please don't let it happen twice. Okay.
Yummy. What are you doing here?
I heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him.
Hello, new friends. I'm Samson Tangaroa. He's like, how old is he now? Like 50? Yeah. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both.
Miles here, it's Gregory's son.
Is that so? That would explain why you have the same last name. Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me.
Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago.
The truth? Holy shit, that guy was fucked up! Judy did all that for me.
Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you.
Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Calm down, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess I better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound share? Chocolate, probably? I don't know. Literally anything in here, but I'm kind of scared to get it wrong, so I'm gonna consult my other self. Okay, this is chocolate. The kid I adopted during my child. Oh, wow. The chocolate.
Take that!
Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did.
They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. Oh. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you.
No worries, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later.
Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway. Deja vu. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad.
Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model.
I'd say, seems like fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh?
You ain't in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. Sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice.
Oh. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you, truly.
Samson.
Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
Leave it to me, big guy.
There's so many father moments in this case. Good father moments and bad father moments. The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. I'm sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him. As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I can see that.
But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I'm sure you will.
Wait a minute. Does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gustav would have gotten away scot-free?
Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect.
Because of things like legal contradictions, right?
Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Miles Areno could, am I right?
The potential for growth and change. In people and the law, huh?
So Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer.
I know.
Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now, thanks again for today. I mean it.
Aw.
Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you?
He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Wait, what? There's more? April 2nd, Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices. Oh.
Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late.
Oh no, Fender, you're gonna make me cry! Oh.
It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It's like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you try to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Your boy will be joining me in that soon.
Oh, Fender! Am I going to fight as prosecution? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? To be continued. Or the end, I mean. This is the end of the case, but to be continued for the rest of the game. Oh my god. Figuring out the yeah, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Well, we made it to the end. Oh god. What? Why do I have to wake up at like 4? If his son never shows up, I seem to be surprised. I know, right? It feels like he's gonna show up like surprise. Beat everyone else to the shower. Oh, fair. Man. Wow, I was not prepared for how shitty Gusto is gonna be. Holy shit, that guy's evil. Wow, okay. Wow, that case was so good. The details of it, like the frozen body and stuff, is like a little much, in my opinion. I'm like, it's okay, but it's like Ace Attorney, you know, turnabout, like, whoa, no way kind of deal. So I get it. But it's also, I'm like, oh man, jeez. It had me screaming, it had me crying, it had me yelling. Did someone also say that Frost showed in his appearance? Yeah, right. Yeah, Frost's son showed up to collect his inheritance, right? So his Frost son is still around. I'm not sure if he'll be relevant. But yeah. I feel like it'd be cool if we'd be able to see Gusto's son. Especially since they're just like, yeah, he just disappeared and we don't have an answer for that at all. That's crazy. Wait. I want to hear a crazy theory I thought. Okay, so wait, no. It literally doesn't make sense. But like the only basis is because I was thinking of like, yeah, because every case that we finish, there's always like some unanswered questions because there's like an overarching mystery in the game, right? And I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, what are some of the other questions that weren't answered from case 1 and case 2? And I was like, I know what question wasn't answered. Why did Knight have a voice line? And I'm like, wait a second, what if Knight was... What if Knight had a voice line because he's used to... It literally doesn't make sense. I was like, he has a voice line. He has to be relevant somehow in the future, in some way. Biggest twist. I don't even know. I need dude. If we end this game, and it's like it. And we never, and Knight was just a character for the first 2 cases and never comes back up again. I'm gonna tweak out. Yeah, exactly. It would be kind of sad because he's dead. But I'm like I don't know. There has to be a reason why he has a voice line. Man. I don't know. I don't think they don't look alike. The ages. I don't know if the ages would align either. Yeah. So it's rough. It's not really a good theory at all. Based literally on a meta thing. Yeah. Okay. But I do think we should see him at some point. Because they wouldn't be like, and that was a mystery we never solved. Suck that, Ace Attorney fans. You get no closure. Coming back. It does, like, if I put aside the voice line thing, it does feel like he's not gonna come back. Because it's kind of just one and done. He was just a guy who played chess with an assassin for some reason. Okay, there's gotta be more. There's gotta be more. I feel like the stuff with Knight might come back up if we dig into the stuff that happened with Canis, you know? Yeah. Well, the sun can taste normally on for purpose, honey. But yeah, maybe Knight will come back up because I have a feeling we'll talk about Canis again. Maybe, because it's like Edgeworth was like, oh yeah, like I personally took care of that case, and it was like, would we have another flashback about Canis? I don't know. Do we know who was originally hired to try and kill the president? Oh yeah, we don't know that yet either. Yeah, that's another big question mark. Overarching mystery. Yeah, we don't know who the killer's client is. Yeah, exactly. What if that person's the son? There's so many mysteries. Oh my god. Oh my god. 2 more cases left. Oh my god. These have been really good so far. This one is specifically was really good. Yeah, I really liked flashing back between Gregory Edgeworth and then like present day Miles Edgeworth. I like, and then having sort of like it was done in a way so that, you know, the two situations would mirror each other, like with the moment the ice sculptures melted and we found the body was the moment when we stopped the present case. We flashed back to the old one and discovered that there was blood in the fountain, right, to hint at like the idea of the body being like the actual person, Mr. Frost body 18 years later. Or I mean, sorry, the flashing back to hint at them never actually finding a body. That's what I meant. Yeah, that was cool. See it, my father abandoned me as a young child, went to gym fine. Oh wait, sorry. I read that wrong. I read that as my father abandoned me and I went to Jinfa or something. And then I had like another conspiracy theory. I was like, oh my god, what if it's long? Like, no, you need to stop. I'm like, every man in their 20s, I need to... every man in their 20s could be the missing child. What if it's Phoenix Wright? Okay. Alright, I'm done. Like, good night. Great. I have finished all the water in my water bottle. Good night.